It's miraculous that we are starting on time. You'll have seen the images on social media yesterday. And there is a man who is very shy of runs, Rajiva Sandrowan, 22 in the tournament. And for a man who's a class player, has that first class experience in Sri Lanka, very disappointing. Now those numbers need to be updated. Bilal Khan, he will kill me because he's got 15 wickets, not 11. 4 for yesterday. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament.
Absolutely. He's been terrific in this tournament, and he comes with the first ball. Just beaten outside off stump.
Yeah, just a bit of a loosener. It'll be stiff bodies. It's a difficult thing to do to play 2 50-over games in a row. A one-day international yesterday for Oman against the UAE. This isn't an ODI. But what you'd have to think is that there'll be a few sore bodies, particularly the fast bowlers. But Bilal Khan, he's in great shape at the moment. He's had that 9 months off from international cricket. And he does get that lovely shape back in. For Kuwait with the bat yesterday, Shard had real difficulties. And I know there was good bowling from Karen KC, but there was some tame dismissals, some soft shots.
Yeah, he was just keeping it simple, and didn't it reap dividends for him. Another 5-wicket haul for Karan, and the 5th one in his career. Like Bilal Khan, he has been the main pace bowler for Team Nepal, along with Sompal.
A good shape back into the right-hander again. We're seeing down at fine leg Ahmed Fayez Butt warming up. He'll probably take the new ball alongside Bilal Khan. Yeah, quick chat this morning with the Madagali Pushpakamara, the head coach of Kuwait. I said, my friend, I spent the entire first innings talking about how good your boys were, how well captained they were, the good bowling choices they made to restrict Nepal to what was probably only a just above par total. Aggression into the offside. Should be a boundary. Going to cannon into the Sky Exchange. Boundary hoardings, and that will be the first boundary of the day. The first runs of the day go to Adnan Idris, who bowled beautifully well with his leg breaks and off breaks yesterday, and he gets things going for Kuwait.
Just slashed it over the 30-yard circle, Idris. And the ground quick enough after that big downpour yesterday. He gets off the mark with a boundary.
But once I had finished praising Pushpakamara, I said, what about the batting? He said, don't ask. He just said, do not ask. He couldn't believe his side's approach. I think they felt they probably needed to go harder than they actually needed to. It was always going to rain. The best case scenario was getting 20 overs in, but they didn't need to be 130 for none after 20. I think the DLS said if they were 88 for none after 20 overs, it would have been ahead. They needed to keep wickets in hand and build partnerships. They did the opposite. They were blown away by Karen KC in particular. 37 for 6 was the score. 5 for 10 KC took. 4 runs from the first over. 4 for none. There's the two teams. Paresh, or excuse me, Sharad, I'm looking at Paresh in the background playing on his phone. Sharad, the Kuwaiti side this tournament, have you been impressed with them? Will they be pleased with their efforts on the whole, particularly if they could take victory today?
Absolutely, there is a lot to play for today as well. Getting to play against those A sides. Yeah, the team, especially with their bowling and fielding, has been a bit slacky at times, dropping those catches. Maybe around 15 they have dropped already in this tournament. You can see Fayaz comes in from the Chobar end. Yeah, the analyst Andrew Prabhat has done a very good job. He's been with the Canadian team as well. They had certain plan going in this tournament for sure.
Driven and a misfield. Pretty poor one, to be honest. It should have been stopped. I think it's the captain too. Zishan Maksoud. It is at mid-off. This is regulation, and I think there's a little bit of a hangover from yesterday's match. They'll still be thinking of what happened. Very difficult, heavy rain, get onto a team bus and then get straight back into action today. In Kuwait, they might be able to exploit Oman here this morning.
Yeah, they've started quite well. Slightly pitched up. Fayaz looking for that swing. Just went through the hands. That's a better length. Guided away to the third man.
Well, some very sloppy efforts this morning. That's 2 in a row. And Fayaz, but if looks could kill, he's just given one to his opening bowler partner. That is Bilal Khan. Yes, it's to his weaker side, but how stiffly did he move? You have to stop this. Even get the boot on it, Bilal. Oh dear. That is a tired body and minds that are still stuck at the Mulpani cricket ground. They are still thinking about what happened yesterday. And a good start for Kuwait. Sandra Owan, who hasn't got a run in this tournament, 22 in 5 innings. Gets off to a decent start. Couple of boundaries for him. For Kuwait, how big a prize would that be? How good for their cricketing development would it be to go and play against India A, Pakistan A at all?
Yeah, that would be a great achievement. You could see he looked very stiff there, Bilal Khan. The Emerging Cup, it's a big tournament. You get to play with those upcoming big names from the Test arena. Good ball shaping a tit away from the bat.
Yeah, certainly there is pace in this attack, particularly when Butt combines with Cam with the new ball, but these opening spells, certainly the initial skirmishes, just look like tired bodies that need to loosen up, need to get into 3rd or 4th gear. Big swing and a miss. Sandra Owan shadow bats a leave. It wasn't exactly a leave, Sharad.
Yeah, that was a big heave in the leg side. The ball moving away. Not a good option. Yeah, with this overcast condition, you would expect the ball would do a bit in the morning session, especially in this 1.5 hour.
Good line from Butt to close out an 8-run over. It's 12 for none. "12 runs from the first 2 overs. As there's a sleepy Sunday morning feel to it. It really does. Both of these sides will need to kick into gear. There's a big prize on offer. Worked into the leg side, but protection there. There's a little bit of movement for Bilal Khan. Certainly looks like helpful conditions. It's a bit of a overcast morning. It feels like the ball should nip around, should shape for both of these bowlers.
Yeah, the first session in TU grounds with this cloud cover, it's always a bowler's paradise. Bilal Khan and Fayaz would look to get advantage of these conditions for sure. They're doing the right thing.
Short ball tests out Idris, who just sways out of the way. Yeah, certainly it's not an easy task playing back-to-back 50-over matches. Now, Oman will be much better conditioned to it because of their Cricket World Cup League 2 experience. And the schedule for all of those Cricket World Cup League 2 tri-series was 2 games, day off, 2 games, day off, 2 games. So every side, each of the 3 teams always played back-to-back ODIs at least once in the tri-series. So Oman will have better experience of that. Kuwait still very limited in their experience in general of the 50-over game. Domestically, remember, they play very little longer format cricket, just T20 cricket predominantly. And the more than 50 teams there across Kuwait, across the 5 main grounds. They really do overachieve, but they've got a very good structure put in place thanks to Muthu Madagali, Pushpa Kamara, the head coach, Mohammad Aslam. Good stroke. Going to be another boundary. The boundaries are coming. It's all or nothing right now. Boundaries or dots for Kuwait. They moved to 16 in the 3rd over, and a pleasing start given the troubles with the bat yesterday.
Yeah, Idris went with the swing, got the gap between the mid-wicket and mid-on. Another 4. They're having a decent start.
Playing a miss outside the off stump. Sharon, let's just touch on yesterday a bit from Nepal's perspective. I know they didn't win the match technically, it was no result, but they'll have been really pleased, to post 280 despite some challenging periods with the bat, and then to pick up 6 wickets in such a short period of time. They were miles ahead on DLS if it was allowed to come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back in this tournament, you would imagine that game against Qatar, how important was that? So important to get that game with the rain coming into play. Slight change by Bilal coming round the wicket, and that's punched away. And it runs away to the boundary. It stopped just before.
Will be 3 to close out the 3rd over. It's 19 for none. Fires but to continue into the 4th over. In a funny way, because it was a no result yesterday, it was good that Nepal were so far ahead. Nobody had any complaints about the fact that it was Nepal going through to the final on the group seedings. Let's just say, in a mythical world, Kuwait were 90 for none after 10. They really would have felt hard done by. They would have felt robbed. But as it was, we've ended up with the best 2 teams probably in the competition going through to the final. I know Oman fans will very much question that. They will say, well, hold on, we dominated most of that semi-final against UAE, but the 2 group winners, this one's edged away. This time Bilal Khan gets a hand on it, keeps it to a single. The 2 group winners are going to meet again, and it almost feels like it was written in the stars. It's going to be a rematch of that quite incredible game last month.
Exactly. What a game it's gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be a full house. Get your tickets. Yeah, it's gonna be a sold out for sure. I bet there's not gonna be an inch left in the ground. Guess we need a stadium with 50,000 capacity now, Lenny.
Well, I'm hearing some rumours. We're going to have some particularly big dignitaries here again tomorrow. Good Yorker length from Fayez, but Sandra Owan just steps across, clips it away for a couple. We'll let you decide or imagine who that might be, but we did see the Prime Minister come last month. And that's the scale of interest and attention in this national team for Nepal. And yeah, after we saw what, probably 30,000 thereabouts in and around this ground on March 16th last year, and then the news you gave me that there was another 10,000 down in the main road who couldn't get up past the main Tribhuvan University gates. So our advice to you is simple: if you are coming, A, get here early tomorrow, and B, you must have your tickets bought in advance. You can get those online, and there's a 25% discount with that too. So make sure, if you're going to come, get those booked in advance. It's going to be an amazing occasion again.
And please don't forget to bring your umbrellas too.
Well, let's touch on one other thing. What about the Nepal team yesterday? They have a tradition. It is not a lap of honour. It is a lap of gratitude. It's a lap of thanks to their fans who always come in such incredible numbers. Win, lose or draw, they always go out to say thanks. Now yesterday, I don't know if you got the expression here in Nepal, raining cats and dogs, but it was raining cats and dogs yesterday. Edged and edge wide of vacant gully region. It was torrential, and I thought to myself, well, there's no way they're coming out in this. Every single player, some of them weren't wearing shoes, they still went around, and I couldn't believe there were still fans in the ground with the umbrellas up, and then in the two covered VIP sections, and they still did the full lap of honour. That footage gone viral around the world. Even Cricinfo had it on their social media last night.
Yeah, Team Nepal, they're always there to thank their fans. The 12th man of the team, the fans are considered in Nepal. That's their routine, part of their routine. Team Nepal thanking those fans again.
Down the leg side, wide and only half a glove on it really from Naseem Kushi, who has got the gloves back, taking them over from Adil Shafiq.
I did see you capturing some images from our window as well, Lenny.
I'll say this, you probably know this better than anyone here. You cannot do anything, and I mean anything, in and around the TU ground without somebody seeing it and then somebody posting it to social media. Get yourself into trouble. Got to be careful. Always on our best behaviour. But no, the scenes yesterday, again, it was amazing emotion, amazing energy. Monday going to be quite something. Puts into the pad, full, straight, not out. Height, maybe angle. The issue, 4 bowled, 25 for none. Big shout. Final ball of the previous over from Fayez, but he was convinced. How close was this, Sharad?
Looked very close. It looked out probably. Hit him around the back foot.
Was height one of the issues? It certainly looked adjacent.
Yeah, It looked to have struck him around the knee roll. Since it has hit him in the back foot, that was a very close one, but not given out. Fayaz was bleeding on his heels.
Well, it's been hoiked away. It's a little agricultural, I have to say, from Adnan Idris, but mighty effective. And the reason it's effective, that angle around the wicket and the movement definitely brings it into the hitting arc. And the bottom hand just comes through with a flourish. It is aerial, but it is four.
Yep, convincingly played. He looks different, but has good hands. Plays through the line of the ball with that incoming angle, playing it over mid-wicket. Very safe shot. That brings us field change. The square leg goes down. That's going down. The leg as well.
Yeah, smashes into the pad. Well, Idris thought he bowled really well yesterday, and from talking to Monty Desai last night, he was impressed by particularly his leg breaks. I know he bowled a few off breaks too, but they turned sharply. He pitched them very well. Monty Desai was saying he's a very courageous bowler, and he was very effective. A surprise for me, though, was no Shiraz Khan. The question will be, will we see the leg spinner today? Now, the reason that Pushpak Amara gave for not using the leg spinner was there was too many left-handers. I suppose Kushal Malla was involved throughout the innings. But certainly I'd expect to see Shiraz Khan in the second innings today. What would Kuwait be looking for as a target if we get 50 overs in here?
Yes. Well, it should be around 250 for sure. But they need to have a good start in this first 10 overs. They're going well at the moment. They need to carry on. Yeah, it was a surprise thing to see Shiraz not bowling even over. Maybe because Kushal Malla was batting through that middle overs and it was a tough call.
I did ask him this morning. I said, Shiraz, no bowling yesterday. He immediately looked at his captain. He says, ask my captain. He wasn't too happy, I don't think. So I hope I haven't caused a bit of tension in the camp. Short ball. But it was also the slower short ball. And Sanjay Gurung says, that's over. It's 29 for none. Good solid start for Kuwait. Halfway through the first power play. Kept their two openers intact. Remember yesterday, 37 for 6 was the score. They're in real trouble. Do you feel that the batting approach yesterday was the incorrect one, and it was the scoreboard pressure that was getting to the top order?
Yeah, you can say that. Needing 6+ runs per over to chase in 42 was a difficult call. With the bowling form Nepal are in, how well they have bowled in the last 2 games against Qatar and Kuwait. They have looked a different side. Fayaz comes in. Hasn't he started well? Very surprised to see him not getting much opportunity. He looks a good bowler. With Kalimullah, Bilal Khan there. He's always waiting for his opportunity.
Yeah, I think for me yesterday was certainly a case of just pushing too hard too early. You don't need to look at the scoreboard when you're chasing a total, but sometimes you do. And the way it works really is you want to approach a chase like that when you think Duckworth Lewis is going to be involved by keeping the wickets in hand. And sadly, the approach from Kuwait did the opposite. It meant that if we had got to the 20 over marker when the rain came down, that would have been that. It would have been all over. They would have been behind by 100+ runs. Wickets are the currency with DLS. And likewise today, for Kuwait, if this first innings is abridged in some way, if they're in a good position, if they're, let's say, 80 for none after 20, okay, it's only 4 and over, but DLS will reward you for having those wickets in hand.
Absolutely. The target should be play those 5 overs each, build up a partnership, don't think too long. Rain is something, it's never in our control.
If I was Kuwait, I would be looking at this game as a real opportunity. Oman devastated yesterday. It'd be very difficult for everyone in the Oman team to not think about it. Sandro Wan kindly lending his bat to Fayaz Butt to just pat down the landing area. This pitch has had a lot of cricket. This is in fact, I think, the 6th usage of it. So we will see turn, and we saw turn and bounce, significant turn and bounce on this wicket. Zishan Maqsood will be very difficult to play. In particular, I thought Jaya Odedera, from the highlights I watched last night, bowled very nicely too. And for Ayan Khan, who's had a bit of a disappointing tournament with his left arm spin, a chance to big swing and a miss. Frustration for Butt.
Going over covers Adnan with the swing. Probably going too hard at the ball. Just need to time it to get over that 30 yards. They are into a good start, Kuwait. 30 for no loss. This overcast conditions, done well not to lose a wicket till now. With the start they had yesterday against Nepal, they would look to build on from here.
Squares him up. Really good over. A probing, a testing one from Butt. It's 30 for none. Yeah, really pleasing start for Kuwait. You have to admire the way they've gone about it in this tournament. Like many of the competing teams, like we discussed with Saudi Arabia, who have nothing but T20 cricket domestically. For Bahrain and Kuwait and Qatar, it's all very similar. I think there's a bit of 40 over cricket for Kuwait. Chipped in the air, and the tamest, the softest of dismissals. It goes to the tournament's leading wicket taker. Bilal Khan has another, number 16 for him. He went past 150 international wickets yesterday for Oman, and he has got Ravija Sandrowan, who has had the most disappointing of tournaments.
Simplest of catches to the skipper of Oman. Yeah, the swing got Sandrowan playing it a bit early. He goes for 12. Oman, Kuwait are 30 for 1.
Meet Babsar to the crease, the youngster. Real talent, this kid. 18 years of age, very stylish left-handed batter. 96 runs thus far in the tournament, just the 150, and a chance, a real chance to get a good score today against an experienced, fine bowling lineup. Bilal Khan is as good as they come in associate cricket, and that was very tame. Mid-wickets in place because of that movement into the right-hander. And Zishan Maqsood, well, he's never going to drop that, is he? Over the wicket to the left-hander, slip in place. And a brave leave, trusting the shape of Khan, just going past the fourth stump.
A slight info there for you about Meet Bhavsar. He was the under-19 captain in 2021, the under-19 Asia Cup that was taken place in Dubai. That game, and he's gone. That was nicely bowled, shaping away, getting that outside edge.
Well, there's a reason Bilal Khan is such a threat. It's the movement and the significant movement he extracts. He's got the perfect length. This is a nightmare for a batter fresh to the crease. Tempted him into the drive. It's definitely carried through to Naseem Kushi, the keeper. And Bilal Khan has 2 and 3 balls, and Kuwait's solid start, well, it's torn asunder. Bhavsar, he's gone for a second ball duck, and Kuwait are 30 for 2. The captain is thrown into action early. So early, he didn't even have his laces tied. Comes to the crease at number 4. 102 runs for him thus far in the series. Bilal Khan, such a wicket-taking threat. Wicket 16 and 17 in the competition. He wants his name up in lights. He wants to be top of the charts. And he almost certainly will be now. 4 wickets yesterday. Completed that landmark of 150. He's the one who told me that. I didn't know that. He told me this morning. He says, Lenny, you know, I got to 150 for Oman. I said, okay, I'll say it on air. He's a great bowler to watch, isn't he, Bilal Khan? That's across all formats, ODI and T20I. 81 ODI wickets at an average of less than 20. Economy rate under 5, and 71 T20I wickets, average under 17, economy under 7. They are good numbers.
Absolutely. When a bowler has an average under 20, you can imagine what talent he would be. Keeps it simple, and it's a no ball given. Trying for that Yorker, Bilal Khan, just overcompensating.
Sanjay Gurung will signal the no ball, and he'll get the free hit shout out too, and it's a good call. Right on the money is Gurung. Just a couple of inches over the line that belongs to the umpire, so the free hit signal. There's the lasso. It's cowboy time, and Aslam, he can do what he wants with this one. Khan's going to come around the wicket, may see the short ball. He's got a very good short ball. Won't want to go full, or will he go to the block hole? Does go to the block hole. And will run away for what will be a leg by.
Good comeback ball. Tried to scoop it, Aslam. There you can see top of the charts. How many times have we seen that?
Well, those numbers are wrong. Bilal Khan has 17 wickets in this tournament. We'll get that updated. He'll give out to me otherwise. Down the leg side, thuds into the pad. We'll have a commentary change after this. And Kuwait, 32 for 2.
Kuwait 32 for 2. Oman will be happier now with the 2 wickets down. Look to be dominating early on this morning. The Kuwaiti batters, sprinkling of crowd now coming in to this lovely little ground, the TU International Cricket Stadium here in Kathmandu. Fayaz, it's been a tad expensive, 15 in his first 3 into his 4th over. The 2 teams here locking horns for the 3rd and 4th place, and this men's ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. As I say, very good morning to Mudassir Ali.
Very good morning, and good morning to all of our viewers. Kuwait taking on Oman. Got a good start, but the previous over, Bilal Khan getting a couple of wickets. They need to build a partnership. The good news for Kuwait is Adnan Idris still out there in the middle, batting on 17. Just joined by the captain Aslam.
Little tentative in opening the face of the bat there. It's just a period of play when they need to regroup after those fall of 2 quick wickets. Of course, Kuwait will be looking to just take advantage. At the toss, I was talking to Aslam, the skipper, and he was pretty happy losing the toss, because he said if he wanted, he'd have batted anyway. So both captains getting what they wanted, which is fine. It's only the ascendancy, the advantage has gone a little bit towards the bowling unit at the moment, and as usual, Aslam at the non-striker's end is going to play a big role. Idris has done well so far. Oh, feeling for that little bit of a shape delivery outside the off stump from Fayaz. Caught him tempted into playing that shot. Very close call.
Continues to bowl brilliant. Fayaz unlucky. He comes into the side in place of Kalimullah, the fast bowler. Fayaz getting that pace and that movement. Caught a couple of times the edge of the batters, but unlucky.
Oh, he throws his bat at it. That is frustration. That is not what you need at this point in time. Seriously, when you've lost a couple of wickets, you just cannot afford to be a little lazy and have a big swing like that. It can only spell trouble for you.
Not behind the ball, not in line, trying to go big, trying to take advantage of the power play. But that extra pace of Fayaz is troubling the batter here, Adnan Idris.
Got to just be a little patient. It is that 50 over format that gives you time. Can afford to be a little patient, and the runs will come. You can go through a patch when you're giving the bowlers some respect. That is the necessity over here, is that you pay respect to the good balls. and try and take on the loose deliveries. Just having a quick look at that one. So the ball is deflected away. Allows that little bit of a bonus run.
How easy it is for the teams, for both these teams, after losing their matches yesterday, especially talking about Oman, it was a heartbreak for them.
Oh, it was. I was talking to Zishan Maqsood, the skipper, and he said, we've got to forget it. It's easy to say that we're going to forget it after such an event, such a heartbreaking event yesterday. And coming back in less than 24 hours and playing another important match, you know, they'll want to win it. Anyway, that is the end of that over. "34 for 2, Kuwait, after 8. We're at the business end of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 here in Kathmandu at the pretty TU ground. This is Bilal, who's really bold with a lot of venom. That's swiveling round, finds the fielder in the deep, but he took him on. The short pitch delivery was there. He says, I'm not going to miss out, and Trump going to try and hook it away.
And looking at the chart of the most wickets, Bilal leading the chart with 17 wickets. He has got 6 wickets in 2 days. Yesterday 4 against UAE, and now a couple of wickets. Ayan, the young left-arm orthodox from UAE, with 12 wickets on the second position.
Oh, not again. That left hand of the umpire stretches out to signal that Bilal, with that effort, put in a little bit more shoulder, put in a little bit of speed, has overstepped. It's going to be another free hit. That is the last thing you want, because you've really managed to stem the flow of runs, and suddenly a free hit on offer is going to ease a lot of the nerves.
A big no ball. So second time he has considered a free hit. It's the same batsman, Mohammad Aslam, on strike. Can he get something out of this free hit? The captain of Kuwait.
He throws his bat at it, and it's gone past the infield, and it's going to race away to the boundary. That was on the cards. Maybe not where he wanted to put it away, but still got the result that was desired.
It was a free hit delivery, nothing to lose for Aslam, and goes trying to go big. Manages to just get away from that mid-off fielder. Welcome boundary for Aslam and Kuwait.
Aslam has been the key word in terms of leading the team and also with the bat. Just has his presence in the middle, sense of calm. He's a quiet spoken person, nice man to talk to. And with the bat, if he's given the opportunity, Mudassir, he's going to take advantage of it.
He's a true leader. He has led his team very well in this tournament, contributing with the wickets as well as with the runs. And the captaincy, it has been up to the mark by Mohammad Aslam.
Oh, that surprised him with a bounce. And it's been given over the head, that wide again. So a mix of overstepping, a wide. He's not going to be too happy with that, Bilal.
Giving away easy runs to Bilal, trying out too many things. Though he has got a couple of wickets, a no ball and a wide in this over.
Turning out to be a long over, this one. Just deviating down the leg side. I don't think he got any bat to it. Wait and see if there's a signal from the umpire. A leg by signal there. I just try to glance that away. But runs anyway, in whatever form.
Shamim, and how often we see the bowler who is bowling really good, still he's wicketless, and look at Bilal, he has been wavered but got couple of wickets in his kitty.
Yes, that's the vagaries of the game. Because you just said he's a little wayward, he bowls one perfect one there, just to prove you wrong with us, sir. But you're absolutely right. That's sometimes you bowl wonderful deliveries, good deliveries, and you don't get the desired result. Then you bowl a short pitch one, a long hop, and the batter, his eyes light up. He wants to put it away over the boundary, but it only lands in the lap of a fielder in the deep. Funny old game. Again, that short pitch delivery, the tennis ball bounce, even duping the keeper. 9 overs done. It's 42 for 2. Jisan Maqsood winning the toss, deciding to put Kuwait in. That's going to be another wide, this time from Fayaz. That's not going to make the captain very happy. You really want to continue the pressure. You've got 2 quick wickets, and now you're just bowling loose deliveries and allowing the batting unit to come into the play.
7 extras so far in 9 overs by these 2 fast bowlers, Fayaz and Bilal, which is helping Kuwait here. Final over of the power play 1. Looking for his first wicket, Fayaz.
Oh, again going down, overcompensating. You see the one outside the off stump that went away, and then one drifting down leg. Just some accuracy in the bowling, some discipline is required very, very quickly. Otherwise, you know, the batters are going to take it away, take the advantage. Just cannot afford to play into the hands of the batting unit.
A nice partnership building up between the captain and Adnan Idris, and they're taking full advantage of this wayward deliveries bowled by Bilal Khan, especially though he has got couple of wickets in his kitty. But he's going for runs at the other end. It's Fayaz keeping it simple and tight.
Pitching it up, that's a good delivery, almost Yorker length. You want to do that. You want to come back after 2 wayward deliveries and put that pressure back on the batters. It's been containment. It's not that they've actually run away with the scoring. 44 for 2 after into the 10th over. It's not too bad. It's evenly balanced. So you reckon the encouragement, the energy that is needed after those 2 losses you mentioned seems to be lacking in both the teams.
Absolutely, and it's not easy for them after yesterday's loss. Both the teams losing those semi-final matches. Straight away coming back and performing here. It won't be easy, and they haven't taken the advantage, the fast bowlers, of the conditions. They're scoring those runs easily, going at around 4 runs per over. Kuwait, looking at the conditions, it's suitable for the fast bowlers, but they're trying too hard to get those extra swing, both the fast bowlers.
They've got to get a rhythm in. They've got to get the run-up, particularly. I've seen a little wayward from Fayaz. It's more accurate in terms of accuracy compared to Bilal, but just that run-up, it's pretty straight. And when you bowl straight and when you release the ball early in a perpendicular movement, you tend to hit it on the seam. If you can hit it on the seam, the ball can move either ways, but unfortunately not too much grass on the track to help seaming conditions. Only overhead conditions are, it's pretty cloudy, overcast, so there will be some movement in the air.
The captain missed the trick by getting a spinner a bit early, sticking with those two fast bowlers in the first power play.
Yeah, I suppose you can get a little tempted because of the cloudy weather over here. You feel that your pace bowlers are going to get that shape. They have got the shape going on occasions, not regularly. And when you don't get it regularly, you need to be accurate. Unfortunately, Bilal in particular has been rather wayward.
It's Adnan Idris in completely different mood, taking his time. 36 deliveries for his 19. And throughout the tournament, we have seen his approach going after the bowlers in the power play. But after losing those couple of wickets, he's making sure he stays there for quite some time and get those runs for his team.
Oh, he's got a hold of that. That is blasted away. That was so quick. The bat speed, the hand-eye coordination, marvelous to have a boundary. The 7th of this innings. And there it is.
It wasn't a bad delivery, but nicely picked by Adnan Idris, finding that boundary to end the over number 10. Using the wrist and generating that power. Adnan Idris standing in his crease, goes big, one bounce towards the fence. It's 10 gone, 48 for the loss of 2.
Well, the first power play has been completed. There's the signal for the second power play. So more protection, 4 outside the 30-yard circle. Tell you where they're posted for the right-handed batter. On the offside, there's a long off, deep cover right on the fence. On the onside, there's a deep backward square leg. Those are the fielders. Quite interested to see now that the spinner is on with a slip in position. No real close-in catches as yet. Need to put someone at silly point. Even there you see a bit of turn. Silly point would be nice to have, even a forward short leg.
It's a bit surprised they're not attacking here. There you go, they heard you. There's a fielder coming in. It's not short leg, not the silly point, but the second slip.
Well, at least more pressure, and that now he's gone away. Now he's changing places with one of the other fielders. So I've got what you'd call, it looks like 2 slips, but to a spin bowler that's more like a slip in a gully. No, not the line you want to bowl. You might have cramped him for space, but you're not going to get a wicket like that with that angle delivery. Maybe Ayan trying a little too much. Oh, that's the turn. Beautifully done. The drift and the turn and bounce away. Good one from Ayan.
Now they need to be very watchful. Aslam. Look at the turn. And quickly the wicket keeper dislodging the bails, but not asking the questions to the leg umpire. Continues to trouble the batter, Ayan.
He leans back, makes room for himself. But now with more fielders outside the 30-yard circle, more protection and just the single. Idris and Aslam going through a phase where they're really looking to set up a foundation for the charge later on, not taking too many risks. And as I say, he shuffles across, a little walkie down, but I think he exposed his intentions a little too early, allowing the bowler to just adjust the length. Overdone. After 11, Kuwait reached 50 for 2. Idris on 24, Aslam on 7 of 16. Aslam normally goes at a quicker rate than he has today. As the skipper, Jisan Maqsood. Look at the wicket. Number of wickets, 12. Lot of runs with the bat. And so very unlucky with that decision yesterday. Heartbreaking. Couple of deliveries could have made the difference. Drifting down leg side, maybe got the back of the bat. Not quite sure. Ball's going to go away to the boundary. Rather streaky looking shot there, Mudassir.
Getting a boundary, Adnan Idris against Zishan Maqsood. Started off wayward, way down the leg. The batter was also not in control, luckily falling just behind the wicket keeper and racing towards the fence.
Cannot put a fielder there right behind the keeper. Batter will be very, very happy with that. And now he's got a hold of that. That is a proper shot. That is a big strike. Just stood up to be hit and it was punished straight away.
That power generated on the back foot, using the wrist. One bounce, no protection in the deep. So back-to-back boundaries by Adnan Idris.
Very unusual from Jisan Maqsood, who normally bowls such a tidy line and length. He will be annoyed with himself.
I think that lost against UAE. They were almost there in the game. That only one delivery completely changed the result of the match. Basil Hamid getting that wicket, and all they need was a wicket at the time and a dot for Oman. It won't be easy for them coming back straight away and performing here.
Well, surprised him. Just managed to put a bit of bat to it. Yes, you're talking about the Omani players. Jisan was put on a brave face at the toss, saying that we've got to forget it. I'm going to carry on. But it's really never going to be easy coming out from that kind of a situation when you're just a couple of balls, a couple of runs away from a win. And then the weather intervenes and you lose it under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern system. What? You know, you're a professional unit, was at least semi-professional. You've got to carry on. That is what the test of temperament will be there for these Omani guys.
Absolutely, and this is not the end of the road for Oman team. They need to get ready for that qualifiers in Zimbabwe, the 50 overs World Cup qualifier. They topped the group in Division 2, playing those 36 matches. Excellent delivery to end the over number 12. 59 for 2.
On a cloudy day, that shot from the drone. So pretty, this ground. Through one university cricket ground, international cricket ground. Looks a picture with the lovely surrounds, the hills in the distance, the greenery around the ground, the good facilities. A lot of improvement since I came here last many years ago. It's good to see. Little shuffle, and he saw that happening and angled the ball in Ayan. Intelligent adjustment to his bowling.
Now he can sense that wicket is the corner. He's trying to go big after every delivery. There you go, trying too many things way down the leg. You need to be patient. You got those runs in 12 overs. Adnan Idris.
And also as a bowling unit, you need to be patient. I mean, he seems to be flustered. He's got a slip and a gully in position. He bowls one way down the leg side. That is not discipline. Well, this is a little better, but even then comfortable for the batter just to push away with soft hands and amble a single. Got to bowl to your field. So we have another look from a distance. That's good work from the drone, really going away and giving you the surrounds. Such a beautiful place this is. All of Nepal is so picturesque. Kathmandu has its special places too. That turned away. He rode it decently enough but couldn't take advantage of that one.
Look at that Chaubar Hills. Surrounded by the greenery here in Kathmandu. Very watchful Mohammad Aslam. Just taking those singles and keeping the strike rotating.
Only problem is, sorry, we're not giving you a clear picture because of the hazy conditions. It's very difficult to look out. So if it was a clear day, you would get a fabulous view. Those houses way up into the hills. There's good cricket going on. There's a tussle between two evenly matched teams. Have you been up there? Have you ventured up there? It's quite a climb up.
Not this time, but hopefully I'm planning my visit in a couple of months with my family and we'll explore the Kathmandu and Nepal.
Yes, it's such a wonderful tourist site. People from all around the world come here. 13 overs done. It's 62 for 2. Idris on 34, Aslam on 8. Very sedate 8 from Aslam. Nicely into that shot, eases into that shot. And that's the beauty of the way Aslam plays his innings. He's so contained, he's so very balanced when he plays the shots.
Technically very sound batter in this lineup, the captain Mohammad Aslam. There you go, once again on the back foot. But finds the fielder. A poor delivery, fetching a wicket here for Zishan Maqsood.
That's what we've been talking about. That a long hop might get a wicket and good balls do not. But that is a shot that Idris wants to forget. He's very awkward playing that shot. Not balanced, trying to swivel around. Maybe got the bottom part of the bat. Intention was mid-wicket. Landed at wideish mid-on or almost a mid-wicket area and simple catch. Another wicket down against the run of play. In a spot of bother now, Idris goes for 34 of 48. And Kuwait have lost their third at 63. Well, Maqsood has struck a wicket of Idris. This is Yasin Patel. He's been so very impressive in this tournament. Over 100 runs. He's done well with the ball. But I think Kuwait can really blame themselves. This is the reason why. He wanted to hit it to the Chaubar Hills, but only held away just straight to catch there. Simple enough. Intention was further away. That was Nadeem taking a good catch. Oh, that's an appeal. Shake at the head from the umpire. This is Maqsood at his best. This is what I've been expecting him to do.
Oh, he got that wicket and getting that confidence. Maqsood getting that extra turn on the previous delivery. Loud appeal, lot of turn and going clearly down the leg.
He bowls a good ball, he doesn't get a wicket. He bowled a loose one, he got one in the previous delivery. At the long hop, the vagaries of the game of cricket. Nicely behind that. That's what you need to do when the bowler's got his tail up. You smother the spin. You angle the bat down.
It was the ball, couple of deliveries. Go sharp turn for Zishan Maqsood. Very watchful Yasin Patel. He has been promoted up the order. The last time when he played, he batted at number 10 against Hong Kong.
Nicely behind it, but straight to the field. Wicket taking over by Maqsood, and at the end of the 14th, it's 63 for 3.
So Kuwait have lost 3. They've shown some promise, as they have throughout the tournament. Huge amount to work with for this Kuwaiti team. Now it will be a trial by spin. Andrew Leonard here with you, and delighted to have Paresh Lahani for the first time this morning. Paresh, how are you today? Has the pulse lowered after the exhilaration of yesterday?
First of all, very good morning to all the viewers who just tuned in. Just a reminder that Oman won the toss and they decided to bowl first. Kuwait 64 for 3 in the 15th over. Yeah, I'm very much delighted that Nepal has reached the finals. Nicely bowled. Iron has been good with the bowling today. A decent start, I must say, for Kuwait after losing 2 overs in an over of Bilal Khan. Short but turned into the left-hander.
Yeah, quick burst, wasn't it, from Bilal Khan, as so often happens. 2 wickets and 3 balls. And there's a little bit of a feeling today, being honest, Paresh, after the Lord Mayor's show, the atmosphere, the energy, the intensity, the emotion yesterday was really quite something. The big question is, can Oman raise their game today at a different ground to seal that emerging cup spot? It's not like there's nothing on the line here. There's a huge amount on the line. Guaranteed place against the A teams of the Test Nations, joining the UAE and Nepal in July, which would be hugely beneficial exposure for the 50-over cricket of whoever takes that spot.
Yeah, that will be very good for both the teams. If they win here, they'll be playing against the A sides of the Asian giants. Up in the air. Zishan Maqsood, the fielder in that occasion. 15 overs has been bowled. Kuwait 66 for 3. Zishan to continue. He's taken a wicket already. 2 overs, 1 for 10. His first spell. You're talking about today, it's very gloomy conditions. We cannot see the sun. We cannot even see the Chobar Hills. Such gloomy conditions. Foggy.
That's a good point, actually. You literally can't even see the outline of them. That would indicate to me we will have some rain 88% the meteorologists are saying, chance of rain today. And that makes the position with Duckworth Lewis Stern all the more important. Paresh, I want to ask you about something. Maybe close your eyes for a second, listen to this. On Monday, tomorrow, Nepal against UAE. We've got a chance, potentially, of Nepal going to the Asia Cup for the first time in their history. What about Virat Kohli versus Sampal Kami? What about Babar Azam versus Kushal Malla? Is that what you're thinking of? Is that what the fans here in Nepal are dreaming of?
Yes, definitely. Oh, that's very well bowled, the York length. And talking about qualification for the Asia Cup, and that will be held in September later this year. You're right, Sompal Kami and Karan Casey against Rohit Sharma, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan.
Can you maybe give people a sense that you could be watching on from India on fan code, getting your first taste of associate cricket? Can you give people a sense as to how you think Nepal will do? I'm not saying they would beat India or Pakistan, but they definitely have the potential to compete.
Yes, the way they're playing here for the last 2 months, they'll definitely compete. They tried a paddle sweep. I don't think it touched anywhere on the way. Yes, it did get a slice of the bat, I think, given as a runs by the umpire.
Well, it was an interesting call. I was with you. I thought it was a wide at first because it spun very sharply. If he's got something on it, it's a drop chance. It's been put down by the new keeper today, Naseem Kushi. We did see the umpire initially hold his hand out. Usually when they do that, they're indicating that there is a sundry to be given, i.e. a leg by or a wide. Given his runs up, so maybe a drop chance as Yassine has a life. 16 bowled, 71 for 3. And it is time for a drink. We will take a break here in the commentary box. Back with you inside 5 minutes' time.
71 for 3 Kuwait after 16. Quiet start after getting rattled by Karan Casey yesterday with the new ball. 5 wickets for Karan Casey. They were 37 for 6 in the 9th over after the rain came down.
Tell me about this field. The 2 slips in place, but the second slip is very wide, and for me, he's quite deep.
Yes, whenever you see for the medium pacers as well, the first slip is a bit deeper and the second slip is a bit closer to the wicket. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's out. Jatinder Singh, the catch taker there. That was from the face of the bat, and look at Jatinder Singh.
Well, it's his trademark celebration. We usually see it saved for hundreds, but now it's for an excellent catch, turn and bounce, and an unorthodox stroke attempted. Aslam not happy. He doesn't think he's hit it. He's been given out. Are we going to see it double checked? Let's take a look. Well, surely that's come off the bat, not just the shoulder. Very good catch. Good anticipation. And Aslam's got to go. Aslam's saying it's off his shoulder. I think it might have been off the shoulder, but also the bat. I think it hit both. Really good work from Jatinder Singh. He's made that look easy. And Ayan Khan shows why he's got those 2 catchers in place. It's a long, slow walk-off for Mohammad Aslam. But he does have to go. He's gone for 12, and it's 71 for 4. And what do our graphics guys decide? Let's use the middle of the 3 names. Well, here he comes, Clinto Anto. Give him his full name, Clinto Vilakaran Anto. In for his first match in the tournament. Gets a chance to show what he can do. In at number 6, he'll have difficult conditions to bat in. There's turn, there's bounce. There is bit in this for the bowlers. He starts nicely on the front foot. Both batters in caps. Did you always wear a helmet, Paresh, or did you bat in a cap sometimes?
Yes, I used to bat on caps while opening as well when I started playing for Nepal. There's a sharp turn, and the bowlers seemed that he got the edge, but a bit of smile from Sanjay Gurung saying no. Yeah, I started off with a cap opening the batting, and one of our coach said, for your own protection you should put on a helmet. Since then I never put a cap while batting. That's good bowling by Ayan Khan. This is the right line that he should be bowling. There's 2 slips in place. Earlier he was bowling to the leg side.
Yeah, better from Khan. Anto won't be able to get off the mark. 17 bowled. It's 71 for 4.
It's going to be Zishan Maqsood to continue from the Chobar, and very gloomy conditions, foggy. But very good news is the rain has not been the part of the game. Nice bowling again by Maqsood, giving that air to the ball. These are very important for the spinners, especially for the left arm spinners. The more you give air, the more the turn you can get. Oh, that's pretty well bowled again.
I will say, particularly for Oman, this can't be easy today. For Kuwait, it's a golden ticket opportunity. It's a real chance to go and get to a competition they've never been to before at the Emerging Teams Cup. For Oman to raise their game, to get back into full fluency, full professionalism, less than 24 hours after what was sheer devastation. For probably 95% of yesterday's contest, they outplayed the UAE. 3 wickets inside, I think it was just 9 deliveries, have ended up dashing their dreams. He could have played out 2 maidens and still been ahead on Duckworth Lewis. Maybe there was something written in the stars, and we're going to see the associate El Clasico again tomorrow. Nepal versus UAE. It's a rematch of March 16th, and my oh my, are we in for something special.
Can it be a redemption for UAE? Can it will be a fight by Nepal? We'll all have to wait and see. Talking about Oman, they were almost there. Ahead in the DLS method. Mind you, they finished up on the 2nd of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 after 18, Kuwait 72 for 4. And to continue from the pavilion end,
And is the leg slip into place now. Really sharp turn and bounce on this wicket. This is, of the 3 pitches that we have used, the one that is by far the most traffic. I think it's game 6, might be even game 7. Might be 6. Okay, we'll get that checked. I suspect they'll be saving that centre wicket for tomorrow's final. And they may even look at going 4 pitches down to the side, but that would bring in a short boundary on one side. What about Yasin Patel, Paresh? With bat and ball and in the field, so on take a couple of good catches yesterday. Has he been maybe the player of the tournament from Kuwait's end?
Definitely he has been one of the best cricketer for Kuwait. Bowls some good left arm orthodox and is good with the bat as well. Look at the shot, inside out, played it over extra cover, 1 bounce over the fence. That was beautifully timed as well.
What's impressed me with his batting, he's naturally quite a wiry character. He's quite slim. You wouldn't think of power hitting, but look at that excellent technique. Right to the pitch of the ball, nearly all the way for 6, just 1 bounce. Good stroke. Drags his length back, Ayan Khan. I think Ayan Khan will be disappointed with how he's bowled this tournament in very helpful conditions for left arm spinners.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed changing his angle, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. We don't often see that. Oh, that's very well bowled. I think he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander because there's a leg slip in place. The last 4 that Yashin hit was a good shot, playing against the spin, inside out, over extra cover. A shorter boundary, mind you. Oh, that was quicker one. Got the inside edge. Just in the same line after the ball. 19 overs has been bowled. Kuwait 77 for 4.
Maksud to continue. And definitely a bit of a sleepy Sunday morning feel to the match thus far, but Oman will be determined to bowl Kuwait out and chase down this total to guarantee their spot at the ACC Emerging Teams Cup that will be held in July, venue yet to be announced, for a series of List A games between 8 teams. The 5 Test Nations A teams, that's India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and then UAE and Nepal as the finalists of this tournament. But who will take third? That's what's on the line today. Tossed up teasingly, and Patel gets that one down the ground. What would Kuwait need on the board? They've got a very good bowling attack if we have a full match to defend it. Would something as low as 200 or 220 maybe keep them in the contest?
Well, they'll have to get in excess of 220, to be honest. It will be a batting paradise in the second innings. We've seen yesterday as well, when Nepal posted 280 runs in 42 overs. Courtesy goes to Rohit Fodal, the way he built up his innings, and Kushal Malla as well, the hard-hitting batsman of Nepal.
Well bowling.
That was punched down the ground, but straight to the short cover fielder. Yeah, if they bat the whole 50 overs, they should get 220 to 230 to get a game out of it. Anto is off the mark on the 10th ball that is faced. A very quiet start for Kuwait here after having a decent start earlier in the innings. 79 for 4, Kuwait.
Oman keeping things very simple thus far. 5 over spells for Bilal Khan and Fayaz Butt to start with, and now Ayan Khan into his 6th over unchanged alongside Zishan Maksud. For Oman, it's the first time you'll have seen them in a little while, about 9 months out of, a little bit more than that actually, about 10 months out of international action since the Cricket World Cup League 2 series in Texas. Big swing and a miss again, sharp turn and offer. With Aki Bilias back fit, if he does get fit for Zimbabwe, which we all hope that he does, and Kaur Ali hopefully back in the mix, the leg spinning all-rounder, who's currently in the United States and unavailable for this tournament. With those two coming back in and promise in this tournament, have Oman shown enough for you to go to Zimbabwe and compete, to go and play against the Test Nations, maybe pick up some results?
They surely have that potential to go and compete against the Test sides. A good run here after the break of around about 10 months or 11 months after playing the final match of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. This is a good outing for Oman, a good learning phase for them as well, to go and compete in the qualifiers in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I think in some ways, of the 6 associates that are going there, obviously Netherlands are very competitive in the Super League. We've seen the rise of Nepal in a big way. Scotland as the champions of Cricket World Cup League 2. USA with Ali Khan will be a real threat. And then UAE, we've seen the quality and power they have. Maybe Oman will be the most underrated of the 6 going to Zimbabwe, but underrate them at your peril. End of the 21st, we'll have a commentary change. It's 82 for 4.
is going to be Jay Odedera now. His series says that he's taken 5 wickets, but not as penetrative as we've seen some of the other Omani bowlers. Kuwait rebuilding here after the loss of their skipper. Just backs away, gets a bit of bat to it. Not really how he'd have liked to get a hold of that, but nevertheless gets a single. Sharad Vaswalker alongside me. It's a game, Sharad, which seems to be, the players don't seem to be very committed. They seem to be going through the motions.
Exactly. It's going at a very slow pace at the moment. As you can see, no crowd, no energy being imparted in the ground also to the players. In a rebuilding phase here, Kuwait. Yasin has got a good start. Odedra, it's the bowling change coming from the Chobar end.
Yasin has been one of the players who's impressed me, and with shots like that, you feel that maybe he's getting into the rhythm. It's taken a bit of time. 14 of 32 deliveries. It's not the way that we see Yasin normally playing, Yasin Patel. His partner, Clinto Vilukran Anto.
Well bowling.
Just call him Anto. Make it simple.
Yeah, he's playing his first match in the tournament, Onto.
So it's Anto. We've got to ask him the proper pronunciation. He'd like to make a name for himself in this last game, because earlier commentators were talking about the next place to be taken over. We'll talk about that. We've come to the end of the 22nd over, 84 for 4.
Siapa ya nu? Siapa ya? Siapa?
A hazy morning here at the TU International Cricket Ground, with Kuwait now going at this rate, would go to 191. They essentially need to go past the 220 mark if they're going to make any kind of impression. Now that was a streaky kind of shot. The inside part of the bat induced just a single. So Ayan has been very good, very impressive. 1 for 17 in his 7th over. He's troubled the batters.
Yes, he's getting good amount of turn from those rough patches of the bowlers follow through, especially to the left-hander Yasin. You can see 2 slip in place quite rightly with the amount of turn he's getting.
Gives the ball some air, trying to extract some extra turn, trying to get some purchase. Realization of the fact that both these batters are not really going after the bowling, has that little bit of a luxury to try something different as a bowler. Again, that flighted delivery is too close this time. It's clouted away into the deep, but can't get it through the outfield there. Still struggling for runs, still struggling to get a boundary. It seems absolutely the thing to ask for if you're a batter and you're getting bogged down. It's a big hit. Oh, he almost cramped him for space. This is good bowling.
Yes, as you can see, Ayan has picked up that wicket early on, just given away 19 runs into his 7th over. Kuwait looking to build up a partnership.
Well ball, Yan.
Well, they're going about it in a manner which is going to play into the hands of the Omani bowlers. Not really taking any chances, not really making an effort to just put pressure back on the bowlers. That is one opportunity that is missed. Ball drifting down the leg side. quicker delivery to finish over number 23. It's 87 for 4.
Siapa Ji? Siapa Rida? Siapa?
J. Viram Odedara now back into his second over and immediately falls into a decent line. Bit of a yes-no between the two batters there. Last thing you want is a run out. You've got to get your communication right as partners.
Yes, there you can see just playing with the soft hands in the gap. Definite run there. Slight bit of hesitation. That's clipped away nicely with the turn.
You can see they're biding their time, Yasin and Clinton Anto. 89 for 4. Really, maybe the time for Yasin in particular, who's pretty good with the bat. He's got a few runs in this tournament. Oh, content, and that is a good ball. You've got to pay respect to the good balls, and Odedra has dished out quite a few of them on a regular basis.
Yes, he definitely has. Looks good to pick up a wicket here. That was slightly short. Well fielded by the captain.
Oh, you get this short pitch deliveries spinning away from you, but you cannot, because of your mindset, you just cannot take full toll of it. Missed opportunity there for Yasin, but good fielding, must say that. Quicker through the air. This is a good combination of deliveries stitched together here by Odedra.
He's keeping the pressure on, getting those dot balls. Has that slip in place. Needs to make him drive. Reduce that outside edge. There you go. That's well bowled. It's the 24th done. Kuwait are 89 for 4.
Shani
24 was done, 89 for 4. Kuwait not really getting a move on. They'd love to put the numbers on the board at the end of the innings, and thankfully the rain that has threatened all day long so far stayed away. The weather gods have been kind so far. We just hope that we get a completed game here. Down the leg side. No, you don't want to bowl that line at all.
Quite rightly. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. Short fine, deep square and long on. Needs to make him drive with that 2 slips in place.
There you go. That attempt for the big drive. That's the enticement. You pitch the ball up, give it a lot of flight. The batter's eyes light up. He wants to go big. But that's why that's slapped away. He's got a bit of bat on it and he's got the placement correct. Oh, that's good work. I thought there was no one coming around. That was good work in the deep. Commitment shown. Saved a couple of runs.
Yeah, good bit of work by Odedra. He's running away. This sluggish outfield did well to stop 2 runs.
Oh, he's really tempting the batters. You can see the smile on the face of Anto there. Missed out. It's too close. Ball almost yorking himself there. Look at the dip of that delivery after that flight. Intelligently bowled. Quicker. And edged away with soft hands. quick run taken.
Good judge of a run there. The point fielder slightly on his heels. Both the batsmen home comfortably. Yasin is yet to be dismissed in this tournament, it seems. He's just got out once. In 4 times he's been not out in the last 4 games. It's a good tournament for him with the bat and the ball.
Well, if he can replicate that in this innings, that'll be a very, very big thing, because that'll give him the option of being there for another 25 overs. Backs away, still cannot find the gap in the field. We're halfway through this Kuwait innings. It's 92 for 4. They're going at 3.68. Currently, that's, I just feel, is a little under par. Really need to get a move on, and this is the time when you're halfway through. I know they've lost 4 wickets, but someone's got to take a positive attitude. Take the attack back to the bowlers. That's the way to do it. Inside out, but he's found the fielder once again. At least the intentions are there.
They're trying to pick up through the offside. This was a nice shot. Reaching to the pitch of the ball onto. That looks close. The nod of the head.
Oh dear. Last thing you wanted there. He tried to sweep that ball onto. Missed it completely, and it was an easy decision. Before he put up that dreaded finger, the umpire nodded. You're out of here. Another strike.
That looked pretty plump. Big shout. Umpire had no hesitation. He couldn't get a move on. 27 balls. Nothing short there by Onto. Look at the keeper appealing. He was just appealing to the heavens. He knew it was out. Onto goes for 8. Kuwait are 92 for 5.
Shiraj Khan comes in now at a time of stress here. 98 runs so far, not too bad. Strike rate is not of concern, because at the moment, with the loss of Anto's wicket, I think the need and stay and survive. It gets a little gloomier here at the Tribhuvan University ground. This is the reason why he's there. Try to sweep that ball, miss the line completely. Easy decision for the umpire. And he was back in the hut. A little bit of turn that's going down the legs. Oh my goodness! I thought for a second that it might have been a little high and maybe going down, but the umpire thought otherwise. Another 2 and 2.
That would be an interesting replay. Odedra looking good. Shiraz looks disappointed. As you can see in the replay, turned a bit, hit him in the back foot. It's a close call. Umpire didn't think so. He gave him out straight away. That's hit him quite high in the pads. Big appeal. Shiraz goes for naught. Kuwait are 92 for 6.
Suddenly, Kuwait are in deep, deep trouble. Odedra on a hat-trick here. Just got rid of Shiraj. He may have been a tad fortunate. Brings in Bilal Khan. More prowess with the ball. He will be very tense. He'll have butterflies in his stomach, that's for sure. Because he's facing the hat-trick delivery. Odedra has been so very miserly. And now chips in with 2 crucial wickets. Quite on the mat here. He is getting ready. Javiram Odedra for the hat-trick ball.
Will he get that hat-trick? That's the big question. Here he comes.
Oh, right behind, just about. You can see the disappointment in Odedra's face. But he's done well. He's done well with the first one. Second one, I thought maybe the ball had a little bit to travel. Seemed to be hitting a little high up on the thighs and the flap of the pad. The 2 slips for the hat-trick ball. One's been removed. Watchful as the ball turns away. This is intriguing at the moment. Yeah, Sharad enjoying it. I'm sure the Kuwaitis are not.
That is tempting stuff there by Odedra. He's giving that flight. Inviting the batsman to come down the track. Having all those fielders inside. Definitely bowling well, Odedra.
That is the completion of a superb over by Javiram Odedra. Kuwait are 92 for 6. Yasin is the lone hope here for Kuwait now. He's batted so very well. He's been sensible, but he's running out of partners. That is the problem that Kuwait has. Cannot string together a proper partnership. Jatinder. Now here's the surprise element the other day when he came into bowl. Not a regular bowler, I understand. But maybe the captain feels that he's the man who's going to just get some more wickets. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes. Just the 1 wicket he's got in the tournament so far with the 2 left-handers batting. Probably a good option. Some gentle off spin there.
It's a very delicate balancing act for Yasin Patel. He cannot go big. He cannot take a risk. He has to be circumspect in his approach. And he's also got to get the runs. Very difficult.
That's going to definitely test his abilities with the bat. Need runs, but as you said, he's running out of partners. That was a sharp turn, a big appeal, and he's given. Look at the joy in Jatinder's face. He brings the thigh out.
Well, it's that Kabaddi style celebration, isn't it? Well. You'd expect Yasin to hang on there, but if they've got that crucial wicket, and more often than not, a part-time bowler comes in, he's got that turn and the bounce, and he immediately knew, Yasin, that he was in trouble. The reaction of his face, and there's the celeb. Really enjoying it. And in further trouble, Kuwait now lost their 7th. Yasin Patel, possibly their last hope, goes for 17. There is trouble for Kuwait now. 92 for 7. Really falling apart. Usman Ghani Ibrahim. What can he do with the bat? But talk about part-time bowlers coming in. Jatinder taking just the single wicket previously, prior to this game, comes in and bowls a superb delivery. This is the celebs afterwards. Bit of a half high five there. Not quite high, but that's the one. Thump on the thighs. Typical. We see that more in kabaddi celebrations, that it's transformed. We've seen Shikhar Dhawan is one of the players who celebrates in that manner. Oh dear. Living dangerously, and he's getting the ball to talk here.
What turn he's imparting. And some bounce as well. And as you can see, Zishan, smart captain, bringing in a leg slip.
Oh, he's putting the players where he wants. Jatinder gives the ball that air, extracts the purchase of the wicket. He's a tallish bowler, gets that extra bit of bounce. It's all there.
Absolutely. He's giving it a rip.
That is a marvelous over. Wicket taking over by Jatinder. Kuwait are 92 for 7.
About it up.
Kuwait, their backs to the wall now. 7 down for 92. That's the regular fall of wickets that has really pegged them back. It's been a desperate effort on the part of Kuwait to survive in the middle there. That's some wonderful bowling. Here's another guy who's taken a couple of wickets, was on a hat-trick in the previous over. Gives the ball the air. There's so much turn off the track. And the spinners are really licking their lips.
Definitely gets that turn going from middle and off stump. He'll be looking good to pick up another wicket. There you go. That one straight with the arm.
That is a wonderful variation. School kids, I hope they've taken the permission to come and watch the game here. They're not bunking class, but it's the cricket that attracts them to the ground here. It's good to see the interest in Nepal in the recent years. Good mix of deliveries from Odedera.
You never know. They'll get a call from the principal. He might be watching in his mobile phone.
Well, then the principal is bunking. He should be there in his office and not watching the match. Ah, dear. It's all fun and games. Really enjoyed this tournament. It's been a marvelous one, the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 here in Nepal. We were there at the Mulpani ground. It's a lot of support, a lot of good work despite the weather. It's been organized very nicely. Good support from everybody at the Mulpani ground, I'm sure. Also the TU International Stadium here. That's a loose delivery for once, but it's up in there. Would you believe it? One short pitch delivery. He gets to bowl many good ones, doesn't get a wicket. One loose delivery and he gets a wicket. The vagaries of the game of cricket.
That's a simple catch given by Bilal. Just topping a bit while he went for that shot, tried to clear the mid-off-fielder, straight into his hands. Mistimed it, just a half push at it. Easy catch taken. He goes for naught. Bilal. Kuwait are 92 for 8.
Well, the Kuwaiti innings is falling apart like a deck of cards here. 4 wickets falling on the same score at 92. That has spelled disaster. This has been some inept batting. I'm sorry to say the bowlers can take the credit, but on occasions it's the batters, the lack of commitment, the lack of showing their temperament that has played into the hands of the Omani bowlers. This is Muneeb. Said Muneeb, what can he do? He's standing way outside the line of the leg stump and hit that away into the deep, and would you believe it? He starts off with a boundary. That is showing attacking instincts.
Looking at his strike rate of 92, 192 in this tournament, he won't hang around. Scoops it away in front of square. Nadeem giving his trying. Maybe he could have done a better effort there from him. It's 28 done. Kuwait are 96 for 8.
Ball exchange, left arm round. White ball.
Bilal Khan returns as Oman look to really press home their advantage and bowl Kuwait out here inside their 50 overs. Andrew Leonard here with you. Delighted to have Mudassir Ali join me for the first time in a few days. Mudassir, firstly, how are you, my friend?
All good after that UAE's win yesterday. Feeling much better. What a wonderful bowling display here by the spinner, especially of Oman.
Can you explain that game to those of us who weren't there? We saw record numbers for the Nepal game. Obviously, that's where all the interest was locally, but it was an extraordinary finish.
As everyone says, it's not over until it's over. They were almost there in the match. Oman, they were the favourite. That one ball from the Basil, that last delivery, we were so shocked and surprised. Why did the batter Sandeep Gaur chase that delivery? If he had left that, they were almost into the finale.
Yeah, it really was extraordinary. 3 wickets in 9 balls or something to that effect. First, the wicket of Zishan Maqsood, that was the big one. And then just shortly after that, Basil Hamid, who was it his first appearance in the tournament? What an impact. 2 wickets in the over, and that's how quickly DLS can change. And the game went to UAE, so too did the place in the final. This one's pulled away, going to be 4. It's a good stroke. Ibrahim right on top of the bounce. Khan not too happy with that. The 100 comes up.
The back of length delivery, loving the pace of Bilal, an easy picking for the wicketkeeper batter Ibrahim, a much needed boundary. Talking about that match in Mulpani yesterday, and Mohammad Wasim was not sure whether to give that over to Basil or not, because they won a couple of wickets, but it was Rohan Mustafa who went to Wasim and insisted that he should try out Basil. And what a day for Basil, making a comeback into the national side after 4-5 months, and the only match he got in the tournament, and he was the player of the match.
Well, that's sport, isn't it? You've got to take your opportunity, take your chance. 34 with the bat. 2 for 20 with the ball, and a player of the match performance. I'm surprised to hear that from Rohan Mustafa. I was just about to say, why wasn't Rohan Mustafa asking for the ball, but he'd already bowled his 10 overs.
Or else he might be the first preference for Mohammad Wasim. But luckily, he has completed his quota, and Basil got the chance, and that's how he got a couple of wickets.
A little bit of shape back into the right-hander from Khan. Do you feel it's the best 2 sides in the competition playing out in tomorrow's final? Oman deeply unlucky.
Apart from Oman, I feel sorry for Hong Kong as well. I thought they had a very good, decent 50 over side. The back of Anshuman Rath, Babar Hayat, and the captain himself, Nizakat Khan and Kinchit Shah, they have a very decent batting lineup. That one bad day against Kuwait and they were out of the tournament. But yes, we can say Nepal and UAE are the best two sides as of now, and we'll have that conversation in the next over. 29 gone, 101 for the loss of 8.
Is this a chance? No, just inches over the head of Odadara, who, if he could have taken that, would really have been thinking about a 5-wicket haul for himself. There is another factor at play here. With the rain about, I think that Oman are going to need to end this in a hurry. We can barely see the outline of those Chobar Hills, just maybe 6 or 8 inches over the head of the bowler. So they're going to need to bowl Kuwait out here, get out there and chase things down in a hurry. Is this the chance? Yes, it is. There's number 4. Ibrahim goes. Odadara, he's had a bit of a mixed tournament, is showing his skills, his off breaks, how valuable they are. And Zishan Maksud, let's hope he's okay. He grimaces in pain as he's taking that catch.
Trying to break the shackles, Ibrahim trying to go big, finds the man at the short mid wicket, Zishan Maksud. Excellent catch. At the end, all he manages was Zishan Maksud. Wicket number 9 goes down. It's 102 for the loss of 9.
Number 11 to the crease, Shahrukh Kudus. It's a difficult game today, isn't it? Neither side want to be here. That's not that they don't want to play for their nation. The reason they don't want to be here is they want to be in the final, which is tomorrow. And with the way the schedule is, you're always going to have 2 games in 2 days if you lost this semi. But there is a huge prize on the line. For Oman even to get to that Emerging Teams Cup, that'll be hugely beneficial for the development of their cricket. We heard Shard Vasakar earlier talk about getting to play against Jasprit Bumrah, against Babar Azam, against Mohammad Rizlan. And that's a big prize, a big asset for either Oman or Kuwait. Oman looking good right now.
Absolutely, as they were unable to make it into the final, but they do have something to play for the 3rd position, and if they can win here, they'll be playing up against some greats. The players like, as Andrew mentioned, Babar Azam, Virat Kohli, Bumrah. So it will be a completely different experience for this Oman team.
And if you look at the depth, particularly in Indian and Pakistani cricket at the moment, it is extraordinary. Due to the IPL and the PSL, there is such depth. There is going to be world-class players that the 3rd place winners will be coming up against. 30 overs bowled, 103 for 9.
Leg stump, please. Leg.
So what can Syed Manib do? very capable down the order. He hits a very clean ball. We've already seen that at this ground. Can he have some fun here with just the number 11 at the far end? Shahrukh Quddus needs to face as much as possible and have a go. And that's what he does to start with. Straight forward down the ground. Hits the ball so cleanly to Syed Muneeb. Bilal Khan looking for the Yorker, looking for an 18th wicket in the tournament. But it's 4, straight as a die.
Runs continues to flow from the blade of Syed Muneeb in this tournament for Kuwait. Hit straight hard down the ground. That's why he has the strike rate of 195 in this tournament. Syed Muneeb, doesn't matter whether they are 2 down or 9 down, he will play his shots.
Brilliant batting, really good. A little bit of a helicopter flourish in the follow through, back-to-back boundaries. This is coming off the tournament's leading wicket taker. My big question, will you take a quick look at the replay? Hammered away. Why is he batting so low? 68 in the first game against UAE, 5 not out against Bahrain, a quick-fire 31 against Hong Kong. He didn't bat against Nepal and against Singapore. Why is he hidden away all the way down the order? Big blow, 6 more. Muneeb is going to have some fun. What is he doing? Batting at number 10. Get him up the order.
Couple of boundaries and the maximum against Bilal. Syed Muneeb taking on Bilal back off length and goes big, goes out of the park, sends Bilal Khan, Syed Muneeb for a maximum. They need to do their homework, the management and the captain.
This isn't coming off some medium pacer. This is Bilal Khan. This is the tournament's leading wicket taker. He's the leading wicket taker in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. He takes an average in 50 over cricket of more than 2 wickets per match. He's done that already today. Muneeb has just gone bang, bang, bang. 4, 4, 6 off him. Already 14 off the over. And I will tell you one thing, he's going to keep going. Change of angle for Khan. Over the wicket now. Takes him on again. More runs, 4 this time. This is brilliant batting. How is this man?
End.
Clipped away again. Now, I think they will take the single. And Shahrukh Quddus will just have to find a way to survive this one delivery. There is Adil Shafiq, left out today alongside Big Kalimullah. Difficult to play 2 games in 2 days as a big fast bowler. 250 over games, that is.
Was quite expensive for his standards. Kalimullah went for runs. He has taken for the right by Mohammad Wasim in the power play, and he conceded 61 runs yesterday against UAE in 9 overs. Fayaz, but comes in place of Kalimullah. The final delivery, the typical 11 number batsman defending against a fast bowler. 31 gone, 122 for the loss of 9.
Action incoming. Odadera to Muneeb. Big blow. Well, it is quite simply Syed Muneeb's world. We're just living in it. 4 more. He's making it look very easy out there.
Going after the bowlers, the Pathan power of Muneeb. Yet again a boundary. This time taking on the off-break bowler on the back foot. Finding those gaps and boundaries regularly, Syed Muneeb.
Runs are flowing. 28 off 8 he is. What is he doing at number 10? big swing and a miss. The keeper's missed it too. I think this is going to be 4 more. Bilal Khan gives it up, understandably. Cannons into the advertising hoardings. It's given as buys. Manib won't mind that. The run's flowing all of a sudden.
The bowler is not happy, trying to go big, misses everything, and a poor effort by Bilal, resulting in a 4 runs. Now the quick runs are coming for Kuwait. It's Syed Munib show out there in the middle.
Got him. The fun is over, and it's 5 wickets for Jay Odedara. He has done the job for his captain today in very helpful spinning conditions. Manib can't believe it, but it's cut him in half. He shadow bats going straight down the ground. He's got a smile on his face. And Bilal Khan says, well batted to you, my friend. 28 off 10. It was fun while it lasted. But Kuwait have been castled inside 32 overs for 130. And Jay Odedara, 5 for 14. Excellent bowling figures.
Off break bowler Jay Viram Odedra getting the final wicket. He's making room. Syed Munib misses out completely. And there you go, the 5 for 4 Odedra. The wickets in that middle over by the spinners trouble the Kuwaiti batters. The last man, Syed Munib, managing 28 of just 10 deliveries. A good cameo played at the end by Syed Munib. The good news for Oman, they managed to get those 10 wickets in 31.3 overs at the score of 130.
So as Oman walk off, very happy with their work. Let's take a look at the batting highlights to start with. Here we are. Let's take a look. Adnan Idris, 6 boundaries for him. He started pretty well. 34 he made. And a couple of boundaries for Ravija Sandarawan, who has had a tournament to forget. 32 runs in 6 innings. No real success for one of their most experienced players. He was helped out by a misfielder too as well early, as Oman showed those tired legs from yesterday. And for the first 5 overs, certainly, things were looking pretty good. It was 30 for none after 5. But from there, particularly once the spinners came on, the boundaries really didn't come too often. Just one for Mohammad Aslam, a couple for Yassine Patel, one more there for Adnan Idris too. And there was a bit of fortune in some of Idris's shots. And then really, after Yassine Patel was dismissed, just that one boundary for Usman Patel before Syed Manib had a bit of a ball right at the end.
They started off really well, but those middle overs by the spinners pulling things back for Oman. And look at that effort from Nadeem. This time the batter was in control against Bilal. Bilal, top most wicket taker in this tournament, going for runs, especially Syed Munib going after Bilal in this over, particularly getting 18 runs, 3 fours and a maximum against Bilal. So on the back foot, played towards the deep mid wicket.
Yeah, that maximum was the only maximum in the innings, would you believe? I did get Odedra away for 1. This was the 4 buys, but not much to cheer for Kuwait, to a tournament that has promised so much for them. Could be ending with a whimper here. I don't think 130 is going to be enough. So let's take a look at the batting card. 34 for Idris and 17 for Yassine, and a good little contribution at the death from Syed Manib. Let's take a look at the wickets. Ten wickets fell, and the first 2 went to Bilal Khan, the tournament's leading wicket taker. Excellent as always. Zishan Maksood, his body looked a bit tired today, but he picked up 1. So too did Ayan Khan. That was the one that the captain didn't feel was out. Brilliant catch from Jatinder Singh. And then it was all about this man.
The off-break bowler Jay Viram Odedra getting back-to-back wickets in this over. Shiraz this time caught in front. This was a piece of delivery by Jatinder. The off-break bowlers dominating here in TU International. not in control. Bilal finding the fielder at the mid-off. Yet again the batter departs, trying to go big, trying to break the shackles. Ibrahim, that was the wicket number 4 for Odedra. The final wicket was Syed Munib. 6 bowlers have been used by Syed Maqsood, and clearly the pick of the bowler is Jairam Odedra. 5.3 overs made in 14 runs and 5 wickets to his name. Couple of wickets to Bilal Khan, the fast bowler. 7 overs, 47 runs conceded, and wicket each for Ayan, Maqsood and Jatinder.
Yeah, that's going to wrap up our coverage from the first innings, but we're just hearing from the match officials, maybe because of that threat of rain. We're going to be back out in 10 minutes, so if you're watching on Kantapur, you'll join our colleagues down pitchside, but if you're watching around the world on some of the other feeds, just stay with us. We'll be back with you in less than 10 minutes time, where Oman, they will need 131 to win. Well, that was a very short break, a quick one too. And the umpires have decided, let's get back out there quickly. It's a really strange day weather-wise. It looks for all certainty that it's going to rain. But right now, it's not raining. It's just kind of foggy. It's a bit misty. Can barely see the Chobar Hills across to our right. And we are back in action for this third place playoff at the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. A spot at the ACC Emerging Teams Cup is on the line. And if you're just joining us for our coverage, well, Kuwait, they've been disappointing. They started very well, got to 30 for none after 5 overs, and they just fell away. They tailed away terribly to be bowled all out for 131. There is a lot of turn in the pitch. There's a bit of bounce too. And we have seen on this particular wicket, Kuwait themselves struggle to chase down a similar low total. They've got a very good spin attack. Can they get Yasin Patel, Mohammad Aslam and Shiraz Khan and maybe even Adnan Idris into the game quickly? The final instructions have been given by Muthu Madagale Pushpak Amara, the head coach of Kuwait. Can they produce something? It's going to need to be their spinners. I think they may even open with spin from both ends. Let's find out. They'll be facing Jatinder Singh and Keshav Kumar Prajapati, who will open the batting for Oman, and I think they're going to want to chase this down quickly. Andrew Leonard here with you alongside Mudassar Ali. We've stayed in the box, Mudassar. We can't get enough of the ACC Men's Premier Cup action. How have you enjoyed the tournament altogether? Let's start with that.
So absolutely, it has been a wonderful visit for me in Nepal, coming for the first time and talking about the tournament, especially about the Mulpani, because most of the matches I have done from Mulpani. The crowd was excellent. Full marks should be given to the groundswomen and the groundsmen, the way they worked hard, because in no time they got the notice from ACC that you'll be hosting a couple of matches, and they were ready for that. And full marks should be given to the curator as well as for the management and CAN, Cricket Association of Nepal. But because of a tight schedule, I missed to explore Nepal. So hopefully next time when I'm here, might be I get a chance to go and explore Nepal.
Well, it's a beautiful place, isn't it? It really is. And I think the most special thing about it, being honest, are the people. They are incredible in terms of the welcome that they give to everyone. And it was a historic day yesterday for the Mulpani ground. It became the 216th one-day international venue. It's officially accredited now. It means that Nepal have 2 ODI venues in the same city. It means that for future hosting, they can really look at utilising that. I know this will remain the spiritual home of Nepali cricket here at the TU, with all of its atmosphere, its energy and its beauty. But great to see Mulpani up and running. I think you're spot on. Not just the curators, the volunteers, the CAN officials, in fact everyone involved in the Mulpani Council as well. They all came together to make that possible. And as everything here in Nepal, it was all a little last minute, but my oh my, they worked so hard. We're all set for action here. Yasin Patel is indeed going to open up. Will it be spin from both ends? I think it should be. Prajapati will take strike, Singh at the non-striker's end. Here comes Patel. And for me, he's been one of the bowlers of the tournament. I know he hasn't shown it in the wickets column, but that economy so far in this event, under 3.
And that too, he bowled in the power play with the new ball, getting that extra turn. Low bounce this time, on the back foot.
Well, this is nearly rolled along the ground. A complete rat. If that was on line, that was gone. Inconsistent bounce. 6th use of this wicket, remember, and Patel is hunting early victims. There is rain about. I'm even seeing a couple of our cameramen just get something over their heads. Can Kuwait take a couple with them here? Very consistent, very accurate left arm spinner.
Absolutely rightly said by you. The economy is key for this left arm orthodox. Was a bit unlucky. Catches were put down by the fielders. Couple of matches. Now the mid-off goes back. There's a short covers. Yasin Patel using the feet. Off the mark, Prajapati.
Just going to check, is there some rain about? A few of the fielders seem to be indicating maybe a couple of drops in the air. We tend to see two types of rain here. Very spotty sort of drizzle or thundering downpours. And it was a thundering downpour we got at this ground yesterday. A remarkable job done by the curators to get this ground playable for today's third place playoff. 1 run from the first over, it's 1 for none. Shahrukh Kudus to open the bowling. Now this man's economy, when it comes up on your screen, will shock you. It's, if not over 10, it's the best part of 10 runs per over. Well, yesterday it was. Again, we'll get that checked. It was 9.86 yesterday. And I'm surprised to see them opening with pace on the ball. We saw the spinners dominate that first innings. Would you have gone with a Mohammad Aslam or maybe an Adnan Idris with the new ball?
Yes, Mohammad Aslam, the captain himself, will be a good option. As we can see, the spinners getting some help from the surface. The captain has some other thoughts. So it will be Shahrukh Kudus to bowl the second over. Look at the drive, finds the gap, goes through the offside. Prajapati, the first boundary, looking good.
6 overs for 53 yesterday. Pace on the ball. It's travelled at this ground. I know he's got good pace. He bowls a very good bouncer, bowls a good short ball. And he did threaten yesterday at points, but he leaks runs too. And when you have 130 on the board, every run's going to count.
You need to have your numbers right. It's Andrew next to me. He has all the details and numbers with him. Okay, that generating that pace. Shahrukh Kudus. The only match I think where he bowled really well was against Hong Kong, getting those 3 wickets in his second spell, troubling that middle order of Hong Kong with the pace and the bounce. They need early wickets. Shahrukh Kudus up against Prajapati and Jatinder. This is the view of a beautiful Kathmandu.
Gorgeous drive. And that's a shot of the highest quality. Just a forward press and then leans into it. Races away across the outfield for 4.
Perfect timing and placement by Prajapati. Elegantly played through the offside. Couple of boundaries in this over.
Yeah, very hazy day, but great to see our drone footage as always, sponsored by the team at Dafa News. Thanks to all of the partners. That's the short ball that had some success yesterday. Yeah, if we look at his tournament so far, 6 overs, none for 53 against Nepal. 8 overs, none for 85 against Bahrain. And then against the UAE, he went the distance as well. 8 overs going for 60, although he picked up 2 wickets. That spell of 3 for 27 against Hong Kong was the one good one. He's going in and around 8-9 runs and over. And that's too much, whatever the version of the game. You have to be more consistent with that economy rate. You've got to try and keep things tight for your captain. Otherwise, your captain, he can't set fields for you. You're not giving him any control, even if you've got a wicket-taking threat.
Still searching for that first breakthrough. Oman chasing that 131 target. Bowlers did wonderful job in the first innings. Will be up against the spin and the fast bowling attack, as well as looking at the weather. Both the openers, they want to get those runs in quick time.
Well, a little bit of fortune there. Prajapati really trying to get on with things. Inside edge skews away to the man in the circle. End of the second over. It's 9 for none.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Yasin Patel to continue. Mudassir, something I asked Shard Vasaka earlier, might have been Paresh actually. There's 6 associate sides going to Zimbabwe. Oman finished second in Cricket World Cup League 2. They haven't played any internationals for about 10 months, apart from a friendly series against Canada that didn't have status. Of the 6 that go to Zimbabwe for that Cricket World Cup qualifier, are Oman maybe the least hyped of the 10. The Dutch were excellent in the Super League, very competitive. Scotland won Cricket World Cup League 2. The rise of Nepal is gaining headlines all over the world. USA have huge potential. And the UAE, you know better than anyone how good they could be. Are Oman going to go a little under the radar? Dropped. Just gets one hand to it. Wasn't easy. But that's a chance put down.
Was not in control, trying to go big, dancing down the track. Just could not grab that, Yasin Patel.
But will Oman go under the radar, and will that maybe suit them a little bit come Zimbabwe?
Yes, talking about these 3 Asian countries, Nepal, UAE and Oman. Lately, I think they played few matches which hurt them here in ACC. They did not have that practice. If you talk about the 50-over format, I think Nepal has a good chance apart from UAE, because both the teams are riding high on confidence. They have some good batters, bowlers, as well as they are very young side. Because in 50 overs, what matters is the fielding and the fitness level, which as of now I think Oman is lacking.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, and I think it's also something they acknowledge and they work very hard on. They're an aging team. Average age, even with a couple of youngsters that have come in the last 18, 24 months, is still over 30, well over 30. A couple of the boys, not just pushing 40, Mohammed Nadeem, over 40. If you look at the energy, the vigour, the athleticism of Nepal in comparison, that certainly makes them a side to watch in Zimbabwe. 3 overs have been bowled. Oman are 14 for none. So these are the hardcore. Yesterday, this press box was packed. There was 80, 90, maybe 100 journalists. These are the guys to watch. They're the hardcore ones. They come for every game. Subasu Mungain there in the middle, alongside all of his colleagues. Not just the photo journalists, the written journalists. And I saw the Kathmandu Post and the Himalaya Times. Both of them, the back page all dedicated to Nepal's victory yesterday. As this one's hooked away, And gets it a long way in front of square, so gets 4. Pace on the ball. It goes the distance.
Both the batters love to go against the fast bowlers. Short pitch delivery, rolling his wrist and finds the boundary towards the deep mid wicket.
It's quite remarkable to think that this ground, about probably 17 hours ago, was utterly flooded. I mean completely flooded. Inches and inches of rain across the outfield. Yes, the square was covered, but what a job the ground staff have done to tidy this up. Singh tries to drive but can't beat mid-off. I'm just showing you some footage. Mudassir, first time you might have seen it. Incredible.
This is the same ground. I can see the pictures what happened yesterday here in the iPad. Full marks should be given to the groundsman. By looking those pictures, no one will believe that this is the same place where this match is happening between Oman and Kuwait.
Yeah, one of the amazing things about this ground, the curators actually live on site. They literally live, they're housed here, and they live and breathe Nepali cricket. They are so loved. Good line and length this time from Kudus. So they were up at 4:30 a.m. 4:30, that's the dedication. I hope they got an early night out here to mean that both these sides could play cricket and have it decided on the field as to who goes to the Emerging Cup rather than go to some defaults, because we don't have a reserve day for today. We do have one for the final tomorrow.
Excellent job, and sometimes we forget they are the unsung heroes, the groundsmen. It's very cold here in Nepal. Coming at 4:30 a.m. and working hard, so kudos to them.
They're also the ones who were out there, the men and women, in the lashings of rain as it came down. They were the ones dragging the covers on, attending to any parts of the ground that were concerned, getting additional protection towards the edge of the square and the run-ups I saw in particular. Good stop by Yasin Patel. A cover. And yes, the wicket has taken turn. It's the 6th use of it. It's going to. But it's still a very playable track, as we're seeing from Singh and Prajapati here. So huge credit to the ground staff and all the curation team, as Kudus has just done himself a bit of a nuisance. That was the same landing area that Ahmed Butt had a bit of difficulty with. Remember, 6th use, there has to be some running repairs done. You'll just try and rough it up to make the landing a bit more comfortable.
Wanted to make sure everything is in place. The Shahrukh Kudus taking his time. So is Prajapati and Jatinder. Oman 18 for no loss, 3.4 overs. Oman and Kuwait playing for the 3rd place. Bowling first, they have did a pretty good job. The bowlers of Oman restricting Kuwait to 130. And coming back to the tournament rules and regulation, Andrew, can you please let us know what is the rule for the finale?
Smashed away, poor delivery. Not sure if it's the landing area that has caused some difficulty. One of the curators just gets a hand on it too. 1 bounce 4. Oh man, trying to end this in a hurry. This is not a good delivery.
Easy picking, trying to bowl into the block hole. Misses the line completely, goes big. 1 bounce. 4 runs for Jatinder.
Well, to answer your question, I think you must have been in my DMs, were you? I've had thousands, and I'm not exaggerating, thousands of messages from people, particularly Nepali fans, saying, sir, what happens if it rains on Monday and it rains on Tuesday? I know the answer, but I'm taking the 5th. We'll get cricket on one of the days, don't worry about it. Oh dear. He's finding this landing area difficult, Kudus, and Prajapati checks upon him. There is a seeding in play, and the higher seeded team will go through. Who that is, I'm going to keep you on tenterhooks, I'm not telling you.
Winner, who gets something this right, is he going to get something?
No prizes up here in the commentary. I've already brought breakfast for everyone this morning. with the commentary teams coming together. I've already dug deep. Croissants, pan au chocolat, a little bit of banana bread, some chocolate cake. You can't ask for more than that. I can't give away all the secrets. We're going to play cricket on Monday, or we might leak into Tuesday. We've got a reserve day. Come on, think positively. We're going to get cricket in, and the better team will go there. And that's what I want to talk to you about in the next over. Who's it going to be? Will it be Nepal? Will it be UAE? It's the El Clasico, the two big rivals. Nicely played. And get a single. End of the fourth over, 23 for none. Saeed Manib into the attack. And this is an interesting change. We have both felt, Mudassir, that this pitch is taking a lot of spin, is very conducive to that. Why is the skipper, Mohammad Aslam, going with his quicks?
Yasin Patel bowled pretty well. He has created a couple of chances. I wonder why the captain, Mohammad Aslam, opting for the fast bowler. So it's Syed Munib replacing Yasin Patel. Hard working fast bowler Syed Munib. Slip in place.
He batted brilliantly well, didn't he? Scored very quickly. Maybe full of confidence from that. He can find the first breakthrough. Kuwait, they need wickets. They need them now. Okay, Mudassir, come on. Let's look ahead to tomorrow. We've got thousands and thousands enjoying the action, particularly from Nepal here on OSR Sports on YouTube and Kantapur HD TV Live. And I know fans around the world watching on Fan Code in India on the Asian Cricket Council YouTube's channel too. How good a game is it going to be tomorrow? How good an occasion? I know you've really enjoyed your time here, but there won't be a single area where people won't have congregated. They'll be on the grass banks, they'll be up in the trees, they'll be on that rooftop across from us, they'll be in the VIP sections. There'll be no space, and it will create an atmosphere unlike any I think you've ever seen. Firstly, how much are you looking forward to it?
I want to make sure that tomorrow, if the rain god is kind enough, because I have seen the match which was played here between UAE and Nepal, the 300 runs being chased down and the DL method coming into play. It was almost 30 or 35,000 full house here in TU. So I want to witness this tomorrow, and if we can have that 50 overs game, you never know. Forget about the result, whether it's UAE wins or Nepal, but it's all for the fans and for the support of the cricket here in Nepal. We would like to have a complete 100 over game here.
Really nicely bowled. Back of a length. Beats Prajapati outside the off stump. Funnily, it's exactly what Monty Desai said to me last night. He said, whatever happens, I just want a full contest. I don't want a rain shortened game. Ideally, we may have to use the reserve day with the forecast the way it is for tomorrow. But let's hope we get a full contest in. I think to synopsize what you're saying, firstly, cricket's going to be the winner tomorrow, whoever wins that game. I think associate cricket will be the winner. I think Nepali cricket will be the winner. Great credit to Khan, the job that they've done hosting this event. It is really taken, much like ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 has. This event, combined with League 2, has taken associate cricket to a new level. The coverage that it's been getting, the headlines around the world, all of a sudden the world of cricket is awakening to the potential of these sides outside the Big 12, outside the 12 Test nations, and that for me is great to see.
Absolutely, and it has been a wonderful tournament. We have seen so many close encounters, not only between the big teams, but Kuwait going on to defeat Hong Kong in the league stage and qualifying for the semi-final, and we have seen that dramatic finish in Mulpani yesterday. Luckily for UAE, rain helping them to cruise into the finale. It's a wonderful tournament, and we wish we could end the tournament and on high note by having those 100 overs game.
Yeah, it wasn't just that. Obviously, that Kuwait win was the kind of the standout upset win, but right throughout the tournament, I thought Malaysia played some really good stuff. Saudi Arabia were excellent, really good. I know only one win to their name, but they threatened. They really threatened throughout the tournament. I think they'll get better and better with experience. Qatar too. They bowled Nepal out for just 157. Okay, Qatar went on without a win, but bowling out a side that's regularly getting towards 300 in every 50 over game for just 157, and at one point they were 111 for 9. That was maybe the bowling performance of the tournament in many ways. And also in the group that you would have covered more of up at the Mulpani, you know, Kuwait, they've shown us how good they've been, but Bahrain, excellent at points. It was really just Singapore of the 10 teams that will be desperately disappointed with their performances. The other 9, this one's taken the aerial route. It's going to be 4. A little bit of bounce, and he's kind of ridden that bounce. The curators, they're on standby. There is rain in the air. Oman, they need 100 more. Can they get there in time?
Come on, Muna, come on, Muna.
Played with ease on the back foot, using the wrist, finding the gap. A boundary for Jatinder and Oman. We have seen so much of talented cricketers in this tournament. I wish we could have that associate 11 playing against an Asian 11 or against India or Pakistan.
Well, that's something that happened quite a while ago. The ICC put together an associate 11, and they played against England actually in a 4-day game. It was to try and give some more red ball exposure to the best of the associates. It was a first-class game, obviously, rather than a test match. Driven, but straight to mid-off. And certainly that exposure to longer formats, here in this example, the likes of Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia getting more exposure to 50-over cricket, that's a first step. But I've no doubt the likes of Nepal and UAE, they'd like to start playing some red ball cricket. The Intercontinental Cup is gone now, and there's been a big focus on the white ball game, but there really is no better school to learn your cricket. And as we've seen with Ireland and Afghanistan's ascent to test status, it's a tough school. Ireland beaten out of sight really in those 2 test matches in Sri Lanka. They did compete against Bangladesh in Dhaka, and they had flourishes. They certainly showed that they can compete against Sri Lanka, but you have to be able to find a way to take 20 wickets at the test level. It's not easy, it really isn't. And even Afghanistan, they haven't played much test cricket. And come back to that end of the 5th over, it's 32 for none.
Come on, boys. अंदर चाहिए बाहर चेस नंबर
99 to win needed for Oman. They bowled really nicely. Bilal Khan will be a little bit disappointed with how expensive he was, but he has extended his lead at the top of the charts, and I'm certain that he will be the tournament's leading wicket taker with 17. Ayan Khan may be the only one who could catch him with a 5-wicket haul in the final. So I've asked you about the occasion tomorrow, Mudassir. What about the result? Who's going to win? Remember, there's a lot of Nepali fans watching this, and you have to sleep somewhere tonight.
I want cricket to win here tomorrow. Played in the air, but just away from Meath. Excellent effort, saving those 4 runs.
I think poor old Meat Babsar has landed on the ball here. He looks like he's going to be injured. Great commitment. Oh yeah, he's landed. It's nasty when that happens. I think he'll have landed his right hip actually on top of the ball. And it might not look like it would be painful, but if you've played any cricket, it's agonising. And he might have done a little bit of damage to his left shoulder in the meantime as well. He's only 18. You've got to love the enthusiasm and the commitment, but it's a hard surface too, despite the rain. And that's a nasty injury. We might be in for a bit of a break in play here. Let's talk more about tomorrow. You feel cricket will be the winner, but who's going to win the match? Who's going to win between UAE and Nepal?
I think it's 52 in favor of Nepal because the way they have played the cricket, and they came to UAE and they defeated UAE a couple of times, and as we have seen a couple of months back here, they got better of UAE. But lately, last couple of months, the tour to Namibia for those qualifiers, UAE finding those winning mantra, I would say, with that couple of additions into the team, the likes of Asif Lala and Basil Hamid now making a comeback under the captaincy of Mohammad Wasim. It will be interesting to see, can they defeat Nepal in their home, that too at TU. It won't be an easy task for Mohammad Wasim and his team. So as of now, I would say Nepal has clearly that edge. I'll go with 52 to Nepal and 48 in favor of UAE.
Well, maybe that 2% extra is coming from the home crowd as well, because they will play a big factor. Even someone like Rohan Mustafa, who is so experienced, we saw him at times crumble under the pressure of 30,000 fans roaring at him. He misfielded 1 or 2 out in the deep. We've just had a very loud clap of thunder. It actually rumbled us so much that Shami Trauju to my right was stirred. He was jolted. And it was actually an indication of what we have to come. Yesterday, the exact same thing happened. And then we had about 20 minutes and the heavens opened. The problem is, if the heavens open shortly here, with just 5 overs bowled, we won't have a result. And this break in play, it's less than ideal.
Now you can see the bowler is down, struggling with his run of Shahrukh Kudus. It's all good. Got some treatment. Meet Bhavsar. Talking about the crowd, I was surprised. The crowd in Mulpani was supporting UAE yesterday against Oman. They were behind Rohan Mustafa, cheering for him.
Well, there's 2 reasons for that. One, Rohan Mustafa is a character. He's one of the great characters, and we want characters in our sport. He has a little bit of a love-hate relationship with the Nepali fans. Most of them love him. More than a few occasionally get stuck into him as well. But the second reason, maybe I'm just speculating here, I think the fans got what they want. I think they want UAE Nepal tomorrow. I'm not saying Oman aren't a good side, they really are. But I think the fans wanted the rematch. They wanted the chance for redemption, for Emirati redemption, that is. You have to remember as well, in the first game in that series, UAE absolutely blown away. And there's a great rivalry between those 2 sides. That's why we call it El Clasico. It's the associate El Clasico. And it's going to be a sight to behold tomorrow.
Absolutely, a new rivalry here in associate cricket. Nepal versus UAE. Both the teams are making into the finale of this ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 in Nepal. It will be a quite interesting finale tomorrow. If we had a complete 100 overs match, we are keeping our fingers crossed. In the meanwhile, not learning from the mistake, Shahrukh Kudus bowling that back of line delivery and goes big out of the park, sends Jatinder Shahrukh Kudus for a maximum.
Well, what a strike. Smashed all the way for 6 to the longer side of the ground. That's about a 75-metre boundary today. Yeah, that first game in Cricket World Cup League 2, Nepal posted 248, and then UAE blitzed away for 71 all out. Lalit Rajbanshi taking a 5-wicket haul. Now, a few days later, 4 days later, UAE turned it around in a big way thanks to Asif Khan's heroics, 101 off 42 deliveries. The fourth fastest ODI century of all time. But Nepal, to this very day, and for every day in the rest of my life, I'll never know how they won that game. They were 31 for 3. They were nowhere to be seen, but Bim Sharkey, Arif Sheikh and Gulshan Jah somehow combined to get them ahead on DLS. And I think rivalries they're brilliant for sport, all sports. And we saw Ireland and Afghanistan dominate associate cricket for the best part of probably half a decade. And that was the rivalry that was there for all associate fans to see. Really now, it's the likes of UAE versus Nepal, also Scotland in the mix in that conversation, Netherlands too. But there's something about these two because they play against each other so regularly.
Absolutely, and these kinds of rivalries bring that interest into the game. As we have seen for the past couple of months, the full crowd coming into TU, or whether it's the Mulpani, wherever the Nepal is playing, they have that support from the crowd. From the day one, everyone was expecting that it should be a UAE and a Nepal final, just for the sake of crowd. They are loving this rivalry between these two nations. In the meanwhile, nicely bowled and equally well played by Jatinder with that single, 6 gone, 41 for no loss.
So there's the comparison after 6 overs. Kuwait were 30 for none, off to a really good start, but Oman have gone well past that. Well, I'm not sure if it's the presence of royalty or maybe Shamim Chowdhury and Mudassar Ali joining us in the commentary box, but we've just been delivered newspapers. And I can assure you for the first 10 days we did not have this. We didn't even have tea at times, we didn't have power, we didn't have internet. But maybe this is what life is like at the top. Good to be with you for it. And the only reason I'm telling you this, I don't know if we have the commentary camera that we can have a look at after this ball, because I can actually show you. Saeed Manib's getting ready to continue. I've got the Kathmandu Post in my hands. I've also got the Naya Patrika Daily, which is the new daily. And both of those papers, I thought it was the back pages. Okay, up we come. I think we might be going off for rain, but let's have a look at this. This is the Kathmandu Post. There it is. Front page of that paper. The crowd. And then what about this one? The Naya Patrika Daily. That too has the national heroes on the screen, and even I think the back page of the Himalaya Post. Well, look at these two. These two really are heroes as the rain is going to abridge things. Just come back up to the cam for 1 sec. Just show you this quickly. There's a look at the two real heroes. We'll just get one look up here in the commentary cam if we can. There it is. Finally, there we go. There are the two real heroes, Rohit Paudel and Kushal Malla. And look at the headline. Nepal set final date with UAE. That's what it's all about. Sadly, we're going to have a break here as we go back and look on field. All of the covers are coming on. It's just a drizzle at the moment. It's almost bang on forecast is the problem, Mudassar.
The forecast says there will be heavy drizzle here in this part at around 12 noon, and the covers are out. Not a good sight. 6 overs into the second innings, 41 for no loss, chasing 131 Oman. Jatinder and Prajapati remain unbeaten on 13, Prajapati and Jatinder on 26. It's always good to see the print media is alive.
Well, yeah, firstly so important, as our cameras are just going to take some cover, so important to have a culture of the sport in the country, and that's what there is here in Nepal. They are the only show in town when they're playing the men's national team in particular, but all of the national sides. The women's, we were privileged and honoured to meet some of the disability teams yesterday from Nepal that came to cheer on the national side. And the culture, the love for cricket here. I'll show you that again. Look at that front page. Look at the number of people that were here yesterday. Absolutely incredible. That's the front page of the national paper. 3 times in Ireland's history it's happened in Ireland. Each time was when we beat England. I remember it so well. 2011 and 2018. Sorry, the third time when we beat Pakistan on St. Patrick's Day. It's difficult in associate nations to garner the attention, but here in Nepal there's such a culture of the sport, and it's really heartening to see.
Absolutely, and it's always good to see the local heroes on the front page of the newspaper. The print media is alive here in Nepal. This is a Naya Patrika. The Nepal boys taking that limelight. It's always good when you do good for the nation.
Yeah, Karen KC, the hero yesterday. 5 wickets for him. Okay, well look, there is not much we can do right now. As always, we are frustrated as you are by the rain, and sadly we'll take a quick look at the batting card and just to look at the state of this game, the match summary too. But the reality is we're going to be in for a delay, and maybe quite a lengthy one given the scale of concern from the ground staff who are covering everything. Remember, there's a final to think about tomorrow too. We can also tell you that if this game does not have a result, it will be Oman that will advance through as the 3rd ranked seeds. Take a little bit of a look at the highlights so far too. Boundaries for Prajapati and Jatinder Singh in full control. They've looked to get on with it, and they're dominating this chase. 41 for none, well in control, needing just 90 more runs. Boundaries in and around the leg side, the offside, some good pickup shots, one that flew all the way for 6-2. And what that means, our screen playing up again. Big clap of thunder in the background to Singh 26, Kashyap Rajapati 13. And for the bowlers, no joy yet. Wicketless. We could be in for, I think, a rather lengthy delay. Some may be looking at taxis to get back to team hotels very promptly. And with that, we will leave you and score 41 for none. As soon as we have any news, any potential of play, we'll be straight back with you. Oman, they need 90 more to win from 44 overs. But will they be able to do it? We're not so sure. We'll keep you updated as and when we can. Thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back to TU International Cricket Ground, and the picture doesn't look good here. The match between Kuwait and Oman has been interrupted due to rain. They're playing for the third place. Kuwait batting first. They have posted 130, and the chase started. Oman were 40 for no loss. Then the rain gods came in at TU International Ground. Both the batters, Jatinder and Kashyap, started off well. 6 overs have been bowled in the second innings and 41 for no loss. Couple of extras from the bowlers of Kuwait. The protection on the ground, the heavy covers are on. It's not heavy rain, but it's drizzling continuously for the past 1.5 hour here at TU International Ground. The third place match being played here between Kuwait and Oman. Then in the second innings, just 6 overs has been bowled out. Yasin, Shahrukh, Sayyid Munib trying their luck but wicketless. Couple of extras has been added to the total. You can look the pictures. The heavy covers are on. It might take some time for this rain to stop. And looking at the summary, Kuwait batting first. They were bundled out in 31.3 overs for the score of 130. And it was the right arm off break bowler Odedra clearly pick off the bowler, 5 wickets into his kitty, giving away 14 runs, and the fast bowler Bilal, couple of wickets to his name, and part-timer Jatinder also getting a wicket. Idris, Munib and Yasin were among the runs for Kuwait. And Oman just played out 6 overs for 41 for no loss. So Oman needs another 90 runs to secure the victory, but as of now it looks the rain will continue here non-stop. We are having the drizzle, and the Kuwait versus Oman, the third place match. The news is the play has interrupted due to rain. So we'll take a short break and we'll come back with the new updates later on. हो रही है आवाज हेलो हेलो